electronically, please refer to the link at the bottom of this screen. Public comments will be accepted until the board reconvenes the meeting in open session at 5 p.m. At this time, I'm going to call to order. I'm going to call to order the meeting of the Perris Union High School District at 3:31 p.m. I'm going also to ask for a roll call to determine a quorum. Trustee Vallejo,
Here.
Trustee Freeman. Let's see, Trustee Freeman.
He's absent.
He's absent today? Okay, thank you. Trustee Ellison,
Here.
Trustee Stafford,
Aye, here.
and Trustee Arauz here. At this time, I have established a quorum. All items requiring a vote will be an oral vote for this meeting, followed up with an electronic vote. So our next item is item 3.1, invitation to address the Board of Trustees on closed session items only.
We have no takers this afternoon, Dr. Rouse.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bennett. Item 4.1, adjourn to closed session, is an action item. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Trustee Stafford. Now we are going to roll call for a vote. Trustee Vallejo,
Aye.
Trustee Nelson,
Aye.
Trustee Stafford,
Aye.
and Trustee Arauz, aye. Upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 4-0. If we can please go to the IC board and vote electronically. This action item has been approved 4-0, and we are adjourning to closed session at 3:34 p.m. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. At this time, the regular board meeting of the Perris Union High School District of February 10, 2021 is reconvening at 5:55 p.m. Please, everybody stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Please place your right hand over your heart. Let's begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please be seated. The next item is item 6.1. There's an invocation. I'm going to make a small change tonight. I just want to share the following thought with you all. Somebody said, happiness is not out there. It is in you. Sometimes your joy is in the source of your smile. And sometimes your smile can be the source of your joy. Continue to smile and spread joy, kindness, and compassion to the world. Thank you. The next item, we are going to go into a recess to go into the California Military Institute meeting. So this Board of Education recess the meeting of the regular board meeting to conduct the regular board meeting of the California Military Institute Charter School. And we are recessing the meeting at 5:57 p.m. Okay, so if you go to the IC board, please. We go to the regular CMI board meeting. We join the meeting. Señorita Fetzner, if you can please let us know when we can proceed.
You can join now.
Is everybody? Excellent. Thank you. I'm going to ask now for a roll call to determine a quorum. Trustee Vallejo,
Here.
Trustee Nelson,
Here.
Trustee Stafford,
Here.
thank you, and Trustee Arauz here. We have established a quorum for this meeting. All items requiring a vote will be an oral vote for this meeting, followed up with an electronic vote. And the next item, 3.1, revision and adoption, ordering of the agenda for today.
Dr. I believe you need to tell Ms. Fetzner what time we open this meeting.
Let me see. Thank you, sir. We are going, okay. I call to order the meeting at 5:57, I believe, and we are going to start this meeting at 5:59 p.m. Thank you, Trustee. Okay, so 3.1, the revision and adoption ordering of the agenda is an action item. Do I
So
have a
moved.
motion?
So moved.
Trustee
Second.
Stafford, Trustee Nelson, and Trustee Stafford. Now we are going to proceed to do the oral vote. Trustee Vallejo,
Aye.
Trustee Nelson,
Aye.
Trustee Stafford,
Aye.
and Trustee Arauz. Aye. Now, please, let's vote electronically. Okay, this meeting Upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 4-0. We continue with our oral report. CMITA President, Mr. Mitchell Osborne.
I don't believe Mr. Osborne's here this evening.
Mr. Osborne is not here. Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Principals update by Mr. Igor Milsov.
Good morning, good afternoon, President, RO, board members, Superintendent Bennett and Cabinet. It is great to see you. And thank you for the time this evening. I will be very brief. CMI, its members, leadership, and staff are continuing to pursue with passion our mission to ensure that all students find success at our school. With that in mind, we have tried really hard to connect with students who perhaps haven't shown up at school. And I want to just address that very briefly, because sometimes we're asked as principals, what are we doing for those students who we don't see online? And I wanted to just share that with you briefly. And it's not just me, all of my colleague principals at the district are working hard as well in ensuring that they connect with the students who they haven't seen online so that they can support them. But at CMI, we have a particular tool that we have created that teachers can fill out. And we do this on a weekly basis. And they would write names of students that they have not seen in several days. This list is then vetted by our counseling team, and we then begin making phone calls. And I can share with you an example that occurred just this week, and it's one of many, where we connected with one of our students who we haven't seen in a few days, and she reported to us that her parents sadly lost their employment and lost their home as a result of this terrible crisis. We then contacted our staff and asked for donations and worked with other social services to support this student who received food and clothing and other school supplies, and family was very grateful. This is just one of many examples of the way that, as you so eloquently put, Dr. RO, this evening, spread the joy in the community by being positive and remaining united. So I just wanted to conclude with that story this evening. CMI is doing very well and continuing to do so in accomplishing our mission. Thank you. I think you're muted, sir.
Dr. Rouse.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for sharing that wonderful story and project that you are doing. And congratulations and thank you to you, your staff, CMI staff, students, and everybody who participated in supporting the most vulnerable members of our society. In this case, people that during these challenging times, they need our support and our help.
Yes.
So thank you for doing that. Great.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. We are going to continue to the next item, invitation to address the Board of Trustees on non-agendized items. Are there any public comments?
No
Mr.
public
Bennett?
comments this evening, Dr. Rouse.
Thank you, sir. Next item is 6.1, action item, consent calendar. Approval of the consent calendar. Do I have a motion for this action item?
So moved.
Trustee Nelson,
Second.
Trustee Vallejo. Thank you. Now we are going to proceed to vote. Trustee Vallejo,
Aye.
Trustee Nelson,
Aye.
Trustee Stopper,
Aye.
and Trustee Arauz, aye. Please proceed to vote electronically. Thank you. Upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 4-0. Next action item is 7.1, personnel. Resolution number 2 to 2021. Decrease the number of certificated employees due to a reduction or elimination of a particular kind of service. Do I have a motion to approve item 7.1?
So moved.
Trustee Stafford,
Second.
Trustee Nelson. Now we are going to vote. Trustee
I'm
Vallejo.
sorry, Dr. Rouse. Can I get a clarification on which positions these were?
Absolutely. Thank you, Trustee Nelson. Mr. Bennett,
Actually, I'll step in. As indicated in the resolution, it's a teacher on special assignment technology coach position. There's one position at CMI that's this TOSA position.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that we were just talking about that one.
thank you, Mr. Spanish, and excellent question, Trustee Nelson. And that triggers another question just to confirm. We are not going to, this decrease doesn't imply a layoff of our staff members. They are going to continue to work in our district, correct?
We will continue to employ this person. The position will be laid off, but the person will continue to be employed in a teaching position.
Okay, so it's just a change on the category, we can say.
Correct.
Type of employment. Thank you, Mr. Spanish. Okay, any other questions? No? Okay, so we are going to proceed to vote. Trustee Vallejo,
Aye.
Trustee Nelson,
Aye.
Trustee Stafford,
Aye.
and Trustee Arauz, aye. So please vote electronically. Upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 4-0. Next action item, personnel, teacher on special assignment, reduction in work days in work hours per day. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Trustee Nelson?
Second.
Trustee Vallejo is second. Okay, now that we have the motion and the second, are there any questions or comments? No? Okay, so we are going to vote. Trustee Vallejo?
Aye.
Thank you. Trustee Nelson?
Aye.
Trustee Stafford?
Trustee Stafford, you're muted.
Trustee Stafford?
You're still muted, Tony.
I'm sorry. I was fighting with my headphone cord. What is aye?
Thank you, Trustee Stafford.
Aye, yeah. I voted already electronically. Okay.
Okay, thank you, sir. And Trustee Arauz, aye. Now, please proceed to vote electronically. And this action item, upon a roll call vote being taken, was approved 4-0. Information items, other items by our superintendent, Mr. Bennett.
Nothing really, just I met with Dr. Milos last week and I talked about some of the things going over there. They have really great things going. They're going to help with the academics over at CMI. And it's going to be exciting to see as that transpires.
Thank you, sir. Other items by our Board of Trustees. Trustee Vallejo.
I have nothing to report. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Nelson.
Nothing for me this month, thank you.
Trustee Stafford.
Nothing for me today. No, nothing.
Thank you. And Trustee Arauz, nothing at this time. The next item is 10.1, is adjournment of the regular board meeting of the California Military Institute, today, February 10, 2021. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Trustee Nelson. Second.
Second.
Trustee Stafford. We are going to proceed to vote. Trustee Vallejo.
Aye.
Trustee Nelson.
Aye.
Trustee Stafford, Trustee Stafford,
I'm sorry. Aye.
that's okay, Trustee Stafford.
Mhm.
And Trustee Arauz, aye. Upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was, I'm sorry. Yeah, we need to vote electronically first. Upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 4-0. Therefore, this meeting is adjourned at 6:11 p.m. Thank you. Now we are going to go to IC board and we are going to join our regular board meeting. And we are going to start on 8.1, right, Señorita Fetzner?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay. So we are, the regular board meeting of the Perris Junior High School District is reconvening at 6:12 p.m. And our next item is 8.1, revision and adoption of the agenda for today, February 10, 2021. Do I have a motion to approve today's agenda?
So moved.
Trustee Stafford and Trustee Nelson. Any questions about the agenda or comments? So we are going to proceed to vote. Trustee Vallejo,
Aye.
Trustee Nelson,
Aye.
Trustee Stafford,
Aye.
and Trustee Arauz. Aye. Please proceed to vote electronically. And upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 4-0. Now we are going to continue with the oral reports. 9.1, report out of closed session.
Yes, we do have a report out of closed session this evening. In a closed session by a vote of 3-0 with one abstention, the Board of Trustees approved the appointment of Mr. Robert Bruff as Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services effective February 15th, 2001. Congratulations, Bob.
Congratulations, sir.
Also in closed session by a vote of 3-0 with one abstention, the Board of Trustees approved the appointment of Dr. Pauline Garcia as Director of Pupil Services effective February 15th, 2021. Congratulations, Pauline.
Congratulations, Dr.
Finally,
Garcia.
in closed session by a vote of 3-0 with one abstention, the Board of Trustees approved the appointment of Mr. Lee Alfred as Principal of Alternative Education effective February 15th, 2021. Congratulations, Lee.
Congratulations, Mr. Alfred.
And that concludes the closed session report.
Thank you, sir. The next item, 9.3, PSEA President, Mr. Jason Miller.
I think you skipped me. 9.2.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Bennett. You're right. 9.2, district update by our superintendent. Mr. Gamba.
Okay, I've got a few things this evening. We're really excited that we've been able to host the vaccination clinic at Heritage High School. That's open to the public. It's great to show the community that we were there for them, and we're going to try to give them services the best we can. We also are excited. We found out, and thank you, Dr. Rouse, for getting us to the right people. We're going to hold a vaccination clinic for all district employees on February 18th, next Thursday at Paloma Valley High School. So we're going to be able to get all of our employees who want to get a vaccine get done that day. So again, thank you, Dr. Rouse, for the tip. Today we held our Student of the Month program. It was another great event. It was awesome to hear the kids talking. And one thing that really stuck out to me, we have a Heritage student, David Gonzalez. He's going to graduate from Heritage High School in June, but he's also going to be walking out with his AA degree from Mount San Jacinto Community College. So that's awesome. We want to work towards having more of that happening. Last Saturday, We started something new. We've done aspiring administrators for certificated people in the past, teachers that want to think about moving into administration, and they would come in for different days, and we'd have speakers talk to them about it, about what it entails. Well, this past Saturday, Mr. Scorpanich put together Aspiring Supervisors Academy for classified members that want to be upward mobile and look to move into administration type positions. And we had, I think, 30 people there, and he had over 100 people that applied to be in it. So it was great. I got a chance to talk with them, and it's just going to be a great program for those people and help them as they want to move up. We started our student cohorts restarted yesterday at Perris High School, Paloma Valley, and Heritage. And looking as we move forward, if the numbers keep improving, we'll be looking at bringing back some more cohorts in the near future. Perris High had a great program just recently. The Black Excellence Awards they did as part of Black History Month. It was great to see that kind of program at our school, at our high school. Last Friday, Dr. Newman and I had the chance to sit down with about a dozen students from our different high schools, doing what we call the student voice, where we sat back, we asked them questions about how things are going and what's going on, and things they would like to see changed as we move forward. And then all of them basically said that this semester so far, they feel is going much better in distance learning than the first semester. That, and they think they've caught on to it a little bit better. The teachers have caught on to it a little bit better, and they said it's been really positive. And then just the last thing, Dr. Newman is today's his last board meeting with us. He's been with us almost 3 years. I want to congratulate him on the new position, Assistant Superintendent of Student Programs and Services at the Riverside County Office of Education. He's made a real impact on our schools and our community over the number of years that he's been here. And I just want to say thank you, Charles, and we're going to miss you. Don't forget where you came from, though. And that concludes my report for this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Now we go to 9.3, the PSEA President, Mr. Jason Miller. Is he here, or do we have a video?
No, I'm pinch hitting for him tonight. Jason just sent me a short note saying he couldn't make it this evening. He's actually battling COVID himself right now, so he's been out for a week or so. So we wish him well, and he said there was no report from PSEA this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett, and I want also to wish the best to Mr. Jason Miller, a complete and full recovery. Next item, CSEA President, Mr. Josh Rushing. Is Mr. Rushing here today, or do we have a message from him?
Is Josh not here right now?
Is that here, Mr. Rushing?
Josh isn't here this evening.
Okay, thank you. Next item, 9.5, comments by the Board of Trustees. Trustee Vallejo.
I just wanted to give a congratulations to Mr. Newman. I actually remember when he was my principal in middle school. So, whoa, that was a long time. But but I am so happy that he is growing and he's getting up there, and I'm very excited for him. And I hope to learn more from him in the future as well. And I also wanted to tell everyone to be safe. I just heard from the CDC that you have to wear double masks now. So please, everyone, be aware. Don't go outside if you don't need to. And that is all. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Vallejo. Trustee Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd also like to say congratulations to Dr. Newman. Well deserved, and we will definitely miss you here in the district. I see good things for you at the county office. I'd also like to say thank you, congratulations to Mr. Bruff and Ms. Garcia and Mr. Alfred on their appointments. And we know we're expecting great things from you guys as well. So that's it for me tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Nelson. Trustee Stafford.
Just reiterating what the other trustees said, congratulations to Dr. Newman. he was my boss at one point when I was at Pentecostal. So wish him all the best. And congratulations to all our people that have moved up. So, and let's have some special thoughts for Jason Miller. He's a good man, and we wish him well. Okay. Speedy recovery. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Stafford. I just want to reiterate what the board members have mentioned. Congratulations, Dr. Newman. We are very proud of you, and we know that you are going to continue doing a wonderful job that you did here at Perris Junior High School. One of the differences now, all the students in the county are going to benefit for the excellent performance that you have done here, and I'm sure you are going to do again a wonderful job. And we are going to continue here benefiting for you, receiving your support and your services as part of the Riverside County. So congratulations again, sir. Mr. Roth, congratulations. Welcome to, well, you were member of a cabinet already. Congratulations in your new position. I know you are also going to do a wonderful job. You already have started addressing the social emotional needs of our students as an assistant superintendent. You are going to continue to address those elements with the support of Dr. Garcia. I know that we are facing some challenges from the academic perspective. During this pandemic for almost a year, there is a learning loss, and we are going to address the learning loss. We need to see how we are going to mitigate that from two perspectives: from the standards that our students didn't have not learned, and from the number of credits that they have not received during this time. So I know that you are going to do a wonderful job addressing the learning mitigation, the learning loss mitigation. We trust you. We know that you are going to do everything that you can to benefit our students. That is the bottom line, right? That's what we want for them. I want to say thank you to all the staff members in the district who have been able to support the vaccine clinic at Heritage High School. This is an excellent project that is benefiting our community members. So these are very unprecedented times, and it's really an honor to be able to be part of the solution to address this pandemic. Thank you, Mr. Bennett, for looking into bringing the vaccine clinic for our staff members. I think all of our district staff members, they are going to be benefit. This is excellent, and they will have the opportunity to get their vaccine. Congratulations also to all the other staff members who were appointed tonight. Dr. Garcia, I know you are going to continue to do an excellent job, similar to what Mr. Roth has been doing. Mr. Alfred, thank you and congratulations in your appointment. You are going to do a wonderful job. And lastly, I want to mention this because this is really important to me since I ran the first time for board member. One of my vision was to support our students in our community to be able to go to college and graduate from high school with a high school diploma in an AA. So thank you, Mr. Bennett, for pursuing and implementing the process to benefit our students. What a wonderful opportunity for all of them. And students, you have this opportunity for you. I know that we have one, but I know that there are going to be a lot more students who are going to graduate with the AA. You are capable enough and you are smart enough to be able to get your high school diploma and your AA. So I'm really proud of this big accomplishment, and we are looking forward to supporting our students. I know a lot of parents also, they are happy to see that their students have this wonderful opportunity, getting an AA means an average of 2 years of college, right? Students, they can graduate, they can get their bachelor's degree 2 years after graduating from high school. So that is great. Thank you. That's all my comments that I have. And we are going to continue with our meeting. Item 10.1, invitation to address the Board of Trustees on non-agendized items. Are there any public comments?
We
Mr.
do
Bennett?
have one public comment. I'm going to ask Mr. Williams to read it into record.
Okay. Can I please, I'm going to read a statement, okay? Before Mr. Williams. I don't know if it applies if Mr. Williams is reading. Do I still need to
It's
read this?
short. It won't meet the 3 minutes, so it's okay.
Oh, okay, perfect. Then we can skip this step. Go ahead, Mr. Williams.
No problem. This one comment is from Nicholas Finch, a Heritage High School student. My name is Nicholas Finch. I am a senior at Heritage High School. I am writing to ask the board if the class of 2021 will be getting a graduation this year, or if the class of 21 will be graduating virtually. I am also asking will we be attending the last couple of months of our senior year at school. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. And thank you to the student who sent this message to the board and the questions. We are going to continue. Item 11.1 is our consent calendar. Do I have a motion to approve the items listed under the consent calendar?
So moved.
Trustee Dellison,
Second.
Trustee Vallejo, second. Are there any comments or questions regarding this action item? Okay, so we are going to proceed to vote. Trustee Vallejo,
Aye.
Trustee Nelson,
Aye.
Trustee Stafford,
Aye.
and Trustee Arauz, aye. Please proceed to vote electronically. Upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 4-0. We are going to continue with our oral reports. Item 12.1 is state budget update.
Dr. Rouse, we were going to ask to table that. Dr. Freeman was the one that had requested at the last board meeting. And he's not here this evening, so we'd like to be able to share it when all board members could be there for that.
Okay, perfect. Do we need to vote on?
No, it's just
No, that's all right. We just table it and we will consider it this next time. Thank you. Let's continue. Item 12.2, distance learning and COVID-19 update.
It's all yours, Charles.
All right. I think it's coming up right now. Let's get set up here. All right. Well, first off, I just want to say good evening to President Rao and the board. And also just want to thank you for all your comments tonight. Appreciate it. It's been a great run over these last few years working with you, and really appreciate your commitment to our kids and our community. And so just want to express my appreciation to you. And many of you, as you said, we've worked at different locations together. So super excited also about our cabinet and the work that we've done and partnered together. And of course, just Mr. Bennett as well. He's been a mentor for me since I was assistant principal many years ago. And so I always value his leadership as well. So with that, we'll get down to business. We're going to do our distance learning update that we've been doing for the past few months, just keeping you informed in regards to how things are going with distance learning, but then also some of the areas of community we've been working with. And so likewise today, we'll bring you some data in regards to COVID. We'll also give you some updates in regards to the specialized cohorts that we're doing. I know Julie Zero, the Director of Curriculum and Instruction today, she has an update from you with some student surveys that she would like to share. And then Mr. Bruff will bring it up and kind of conclude with just giving you updates about our social emotional learning and supports that we'll be providing. All right. So let's go ahead on and get started. We'll start off with our COVID update. And let me get this together. All right. There we go. All right. So as you look at the cases at this particular time, these are current confirmed cases in Riverside County. The number is really high. I think if you look at the increase of 5,800, that number is actually, unfortunately, it's still a sizable number, but that number is a lot smaller than the bigger numbers that we saw earlier in January. I think there were some times where we were seeing 20,000 in terms of the increase between the intervals that we were sharing information with you. And so we see that interval of increases between presentations. It appears to be getting smaller, which is a good sign that there's a possibility that the data might be moving in the correct direction. Next up, you also see another sign that our adjusted rate dropped as well to 44.9. And as of February 2nd, you see that number there was 62.3. So the data appears in regards to the tier to be moving in the correct direction. To the right, you'll see the current rate, 14.4. And then February 2nd, you see that we were at 16.6. So the numbers appear to be going in the correct direction. I think the only caution that I would have as the board has to consider future decisions. Super Bowl Sunday, Super Bowl Sunday was this past week. And so as we see, we've experienced increases when there's something that brings crowds together. So we just had Super Bowl Sunday this past week. In addition to that, we'll have a 3-day weekend coming up for the President's Day coming up this weekend as well. So it would be interesting to see what these numbers look like the following week that we return from the break, to see if these numbers are still trending in the correct direction. But as of right now, the numbers appear to be trending in the correct direction. One of the trigger points, and we'll talk a little bit about that, was when the adjusted rate dropped below 50, which we have that here, and part of that, we'll share a little bit about that in just a few minutes. This is just kind of, highlighted in red on this particular slide is the actual health equity quartile positivity rate. That was the number that we wanted to look at in terms of just some of our communities of, communities of colors, communities that are socioeconomically disadvantaged, that there's a difference between the rate. We still see that difference currently. It's a smaller difference than it's been in the past, but there is still a difference there in terms of the positivity rate. So we want to continue to kind of keep an eye on that. The next slide, once again, highlights our local community. And once again, we'll see Perris, you'll see the increase at 250, Menifee increase at 258. I don't know if you remember a few months ago, back in February and back in December as well, those numbers were much bigger. I think we were having increases of close to 1,000 or above 1,000. So the numbers appear to be decreasing. You have your local communities as well. Good Hope is at 32, Homeland at 12, and then we'll see those numbers decreasing. However, the one area that we see is Meade Valley. That number is still kind of leading the pack in terms of the number of cases that we have in that particular area, which is right around the corner from where many of our kids are coming from. The other item is the regional stay-at-home order, and that the regional stay-at-home order was lifted. And once that was lifted, that triggered the language that we discussed with the board, that within 2 weeks of the stay-at-home order being lifted, we would start back with the piloted cohorts specialized cohorts that we started back in December. So that's the work that we've been working on, and we'll share a little bit more about that with you tonight. These are the numbers just as a reference point that we discussed with the board in terms of key considerations for the specialized cohorts. And so you have the red blocks out those new cases per 100,000, and we shared, and that's how we selected that number 50. And so because of 12/8, we were at 49, and we still have specialized cohorts operating. And then you'll see February 9th, the far right-hand side where we're at now, we're at 44.8. So that number has dropped below where we were previously. And as we looked at that, we had some specific language that we listed that the state, from key considerations going forward from our last board meeting, the stay-at-home order has been lifted as of January 25th. And so within 2 weeks, the stay-at-home order was being lifted. We started with those specialized cohorts, which was February 9th, which was yesterday. And now we're in the process of saying within 1 month of the case rates falling below 50, which they have per 100,000, up to 25% of required specialized cohorts could begin as practically possible. We may consider behind the scenes, the district will begin the process of working and coming up with plans. But I believe that when we return from the break next week, it will be critically important that we really take a look at the data and get that over to you to have a look at to see if we were able to sustain that rate of keeping that case rate below 50 per 100,000. Then it says within the 2 weeks, the case rate falling below 25 per 100,000 per day, all required specialized cohorts could begin. And so that was the information we provided you last month. And as I said, the update at this stage is that the specialized cohorts are up and running. And so with that, I'm going to hand it over to Emil Alzabadi, our Director of Special Education, and Dr. Cassandra McNair, our Coordinator of Special Education. They're going to share with you, just give you some updates in regards to our specialized cohorts, where we're at, and some additional items that we've added as well. So with that, I will hand it over.
You're muted, Emil.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Sorry, I was ready to go. Thank you very much, Dr. Newman. Good evening, everyone.
Now go ahead, you're fine.
Can we go to the next slide, please, Dr. Newman? Thank you. So if you recall, the 3 courts that we have, as Mr. Bennett pointed out earlier, was our Paloma Valley program, which has our students in the moderate to severe program, and they started back up. They're very, very excited. We currently have 11 students enrolled in the program, and transportation is being provided, as well as breakfast and lunch. Dr. Newman, if we can go to the next slide, please. We also have the Think Together program that's supporting various programs at Heritage High School with our mild moderate special education programs, students who are at risk, and some of our English language learners. And as you can see, we're still doing the no contact temperature checks. We still have all the plexiglass. We still have the protective barriers and make sure that students are 6 feet apart. And we'll get into more detail as we go into additional protective measures that Dr. McNair will be reviewing with us. Dr. Newman, next slide. And at Perris High School, we have our English language learners, or our newcomers, I apologize, program as well. And you can see in there, there's actually 12 students that are enrolled. And we're looking at those students attending with the hope of potentially growing that program depending on where those numbers lie out, as Dr. Newman had pointed out. Next slide, Dr. Newman, please. Dr. McNair, you're up.
I am. All right. Hello, everyone. This is our cohort daily checklist that is used by the administrators at each of the school sites. And on this form, not much has changed as when we started cohorts back in November. We're still checking to ensure that the cohort staff are using the non-touch thermometers, our students wearing face coverings, our staff wearing face coverings. Is the designated restroom being used? And so basically, we're just going through those items, as well as seeing if there's any additional comments that we may need to be aware of. And so this form, again, is used for all of our administrators on every single school site. We only have 1 day's worth of data, and so we aren't going to share that data with you tonight. However, at the next school board meeting, we will be sharing the data from this cohort daily checklist. Next slide, please. And a part of our additional precautions that are connected to our COVID safety plan is that there was additional training for staff regarding the cohort COVID precautions, as well as an orientation for parents that talked about our cohort COVID precautions. And if you recall, back in November, small groups of parents were meeting with teachers and with administrators just to kind of review what we're putting in place to ensure that their students are safe. One thing that has been added this go round of cohorts is that there's an established protocol for weekly testing for both staff and students, and also those updated additional precautions that are implemented, which includes the weekly testing of students and then just the constant monitoring of our numbers and if we're going to open up additional cohorts, because everyone wants to know. And also the daily cohort checklist will be completed each day in attendance. And so some key considerations as we move forward over the next couple of weeks is just to really think about the expansion of the specialized cohort pilot program at Pinacati Middle School, at California Military Institute, and at our Pathways for Adult Learning, which is our PALS program.
Okay, at this time, we wanted to look at some additional survey information. And so Julie has done a great job putting together a survey to help us capture just how students are experience in distance learning. And so she's going to share that information with us at this time.
All right, good evening, everybody. Go ahead and take it to the next slide, Dr. Newman. We really wanted to find out what students were experiencing at the end of the semester. So we surveyed students across the district at the end of the first semester. We had 3,607 students that actually took the survey. And here's the breakdown by grade. We had 1.2% of the responses from 8th graders, 30.8% from our 9th graders, 24.3% from our 10th graders, 22.8% from our 11th graders, and 19.3% from our seniors. And it was really important for us to get some feedback from them in regards to how they were doing and kind of look forward and provide some supports as we went into second semester with planning for professional development for our teachers. Just like we presented last month about our teacher surveys, we wanted to make sure that we also had students giving feedback so that we could use that feedback to direct our professional development as we move into second semester. Next slide, please. So one of the questions that we asked students was, how were their grades during distance learning? We had 16.8% that actually said it was better than normal. 33.9% said it was the same, and then about 50% said it was worse. And I think what was interesting about the feedback that we got here is we really wanted to connect with those students that said that they were getting better grades, because we'd like to also know what their experience was like and what they were doing to have better grades, so that maybe when we do come back face to face, there's some opportunities for us to connect those students with some of the strategies that they use during distance learning. And then, of course, when we see their response as worse, we want to make sure that we're targeting some of those strategies and interventions to improve the grades as we go into second semester. Next slide, please. So we asked students how they feel about synchronous and asynchronous schedule. And we had a variety of responses. You'll see that the blue says, I wish more teachers would stick to the published synchronous, asynchronous schedule. So based on what we've provided at the beginning of the school year with the schedule, students have every other period as synchronous every other day. So for example, Mondays and Wednesdays, they have the same schedule of every other period. And then Tuesdays and Thursdays, they have the opposite periods that they had asynchronous the previous day. So you'll see that I don't mind if teachers have a different synchronous, asynchronous schedule, as long as they only meet 2 to 3 times a week. We found that students were providing the response that it was really overwhelming if they were meeting 4 or 5 times a week for synchronous instruction, especially when they're trying to keep up with 7 different courses. Next slide, please. So we also asked them what were some of the things that were getting in the way of making distance learning easy for them, creating obstacles. And so the feedback is having to care for siblings. 31% of our students are caring for other siblings during distance learning. That was the biggest obstacle for our students. Having a job, 27% of our students said having a job was interfering with their ability to be successful in distance learning. Not having reliable internet service, about 9% of our students said that. Mental health challenges, 2% of our students said that. And then just 1.38% of our students said distractions and lack of motivation. I think that really connects us back to some of the things that we're working on with our social emotional learning and making sure that we are connecting with our students. And then 29% of our students said there were other things that were interfering with them being successful in distance learning. Next slide, please. And the question we asked about this was just about how the setup of the classes were for students. And you'll see that the blue means that it hasn't made a difference for the students. So they were kind of indifferent about whether or not that was important. Red means this is very helpful, but doesn't happen in many of my classes. And then yellow, this is very helpful and happens in most or all of my classes. And so you'll see that students definitely had some feedback in regards to what was helpful for them. And we looked at when teachers have a Canvas or Google Classroom site that is easy to understand and navigate. Most of our students felt like they had that opportunity with most of their teachers. When teachers post the agenda and assignments for the week ahead, they said this is very helpful, but doesn't happen in many of their classes. And so some of this feedback we really took to back to our teachers. Each of the sites took this feedback from the survey and worked with their sites to present some of the feedback that students had. And I would say that we're seeing some changes and shifts in some of the things that we asked students and provided feedback to teachers on, and seeing that shift to be more supportive for students. When all assignments are listed for the week in one place so that students don't have to look in multiple places, most students said they had a good experience with that. When teachers have a predictable weekly routine, so they knew what to expect each week, you'll see that the red and the yellow are pretty close. And so we see that they really want to see more of the predictable schedule for themselves. When teachers respond to my texts or emails in a timely manner was important to them as well, and pretty much equal. When teachers grade my assignments in a timely manner, they were saying that you'll see that there was a little bit more that said it wasn't happening in all of their classes. And I think that that's just that they really want to know what kind of feedback they're getting so that they can continue to improve with how they're organizing their schedules and completing assignments. When teachers keep the Infinite Campus Gradebook up to date, students want to know where they're at, grade-wise, whether or not they've completed all of their assignments. When they're trying to keep track of all 7 of their classes, it's really important to keep that Infinite Campus Gradebook updated. And I know that this is one thing that Mr. Bennett has really communicated to our staff, is keeping that updated so that students and parents are able to keep up with what their students should be working on. And then finally, when teachers are available for help during asynchronous time. I think this is really important on those Fridays, especially when there's teacher office hours. There are most of their teachers are available for them to get that extra help. Next slide, please. And this is feedback regarding synchronous and asynchronous class time and how it's used. So same color coding is being used for this feedback as well. When teachers use synchronous class time to explain concepts, in most classes that's happening, and they do find that very helpful. When teachers give a manageable number of assignments, this is very helpful, but doesn't happen in most of their classes. And so that was also something that we really shared with our teachers as we provided the feedback so that they could really start to manage some of the coursework for their students. When teachers give time, or when teachers have reasonable deadlines for assigned work, that's very helpful, and it's happening in most of the classes. And then when teachers give time during synchronous class period to complete the day's assignment, they said it was helpful, but not happening in a lot of their classes. And I think this is just a great way for teachers to provide support in case students don't understand what the material is being covered, or if they have questions. Having time during synchronous instruction for feedback from the teacher and support is important. When teachers accept late work with little or no penalty, I think that what we really talked about at the beginning of the school year was grace and flexibility for both our students and for our teachers, and making sure that there were opportunities for students to not be penalized for late work. Has really been some conversations about making sure that we're focusing on essential standards and not focusing on too much busy work, too much additional standards that overload students with just a challenging time to be able to keep up with their assignments. And then finally, when teachers avoid giving weekend homework whenever possible, I think students going through the week, it's really challenging for them to be doing 7 classes every day, but then to have homework in all of their classes. You see that it's pretty much tied between it's very helpful and happening in some of their classes versus happening in most of their classes. I think that we've seen a big shift going into second semester on just being able to focus on the essential standards. We also allowed student schedules to be altered so that they were taking on less coursework so that they were more successful in classes. And at this time, I'm going to have Dr. Newman share some of the feedback that he got from the students during the student feedback group, which I think is positive for us to hear as well.
Yeah, the feedback from the group that we met with, Superintendent Bennett shared earlier about the student voice and bringing students in to basically give us advice about how things are going out there. And all of them really shared. It was really encouraging. They felt coming back like teachers are definitely following the schedule more now. And of course, it's early in the semester, so we want to continue to monitor that. But they felt very good about teachers are following the schedule. They could definitely feel the difference with the essential standards in terms of just less work, more time just to get work done. So they shared about that. And a large percentage of these students that we actually meet with are AP students. So they do AP and a lot of dual enrollment courses. And they said even with the AP and dual enrollment courses, they feel like teachers are a lot more sensitive to the fact that there is a lot that students are involved in and a lot the students have going on at home. And so we're going to check back in with them. The next meeting, I believe, is at the end. I believe it's the 1st of March is the next meeting with the student advisory. We'll be able to check in with them monthly and see exactly how things are going out there. They helped us tremendously back in December to give us feedback to really guide us as we moved into this semester. It's one thing for us as adults to try to figure out what we need to do. It's a whole different situation to have students share with us what specifically is we need to do really to provide a better program for kids. And so they have been, their input has been invaluable, and we're excited to continue to have that conversation. We can keep going through President Arau and just finish and then take questions, or if you would like us to take questions now, we can take some questions now.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions regarding to curriculum before we go to the other topic? No?
No.
Okay, I have just one, Dr. Newman.
Yeah.
As you know, there is for the AP administration in May. Has the district decided on the admin model or the admin option or schedule that we are going to use for our students?
Dr. Rao, not at this time. I actually attended a webinar today from the College Board to go over some of the updates. We just got the updates from College Board. I believe it was Monday or Tuesday, or it must have been late last week that they provided the update as far as what was some of the shifts with the administration. We'll be working with our AP teachers as well as our AP coordinators to make those decisions. The coordinators at each of the school sites had put together a survey for the teachers, and that'll be going out shortly.
Okay, thank you very much. And I am sure that the district and the sites, the specific sites are going to provide all the support for at least the 2 tests. That is my understanding. They need to be taken in paper and at school. That is AP Spanish language and calculus AB, I believe. Yeah. Okay, so provide all the facilities for our students and our families that decide to take the tests. Hopefully there's a lot of them, and provide all the support and accommodations for them to take that important test. So thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we'll hand it over to Mr. Bruff at this time, and he'll take it from here.
Thank you, Dr. Raux and Dr. Newman. What could be more important than hearing from the people we serve, our students, to hear their voice and to get this survey data? We know as we listen to that, and even before we listen, that everyone is hurting in the current moment that we're experiencing as a community, as a world, right? So what can we do to support our students through this? We realize there's a social emotional piece that is just mandatory, that all our teachers realize we teach English, math, science, whatever, but we also teach human beings. We've got to give them survival tools through this. If we worked with Dr. Joelle Hood, who's an expert in wellness and emotional support, and she directed us, and we did a lot of research with different platforms, to something called Thrively, and it's a platform that helps students thrive academically, socially, emotionally, and in every aspect of their lives. If you could go to the next slide. This is the website, and there's a link there. This shows a young lady in elementary school, but it is a K-12 platform that has hundreds, literally hundreds of social emotional lessons that are designed by psychologists, therapists, and counselors to support kids in emotional wellness. I'm going to talk about our focus within all of those platforms, all those lessons in a moment. But the first thing I'd like to say about it is more than just classes. We also wanted, given all the data you've just received, students are struggling, they're hurting. Think about their self-esteem and how hard it is with the credit loss and the standards loss that Dr. Raux talked about. We know that we need them to rebuild their confidence in themselves. And this is a strength-based program. The program begins by every student taking an interest and acumen and a series of questions. It's very short, it's very fun. I wanted to give you an example. So I actually had my assistant, Susan Hudson, and I have her permission to share what I'm about to share. You may remember she won an award from Mr. Skorpanich several weeks ago or months ago for some outstanding service that she did. So she took the survey as if she was a student. And if you could go to the next slide, immediately after taking this interest survey, she got back this very personalized, very warm strength profile. And I won't read the whole thing to you, but it says that she thinks outside the box. She has a quick mind. She always sees the bigger picture. She never worries about the petty things. She has great ideas, and it's creative minds like hers that become inventors. And then it lists 5 strengths that she has: creative thinking. She has a very worldly view. She's incredibly patient. She's a believer in social justice and equity. And she's very appreciative of people and those around her. Every one of our students, when they engage with Thrively, will get back a report like this about themselves. Every teacher will see each student's strengths. And you can think of the endless possibilities for grouping or talking to a student. Imagine we're calling home. How nice to pull this up and be able to say when you call a parent, I know what a creative thinker your child is and what a pleasure it is to have him or her in class. So it begins with student strength. And I think every one of the students we serve right now could use a jolt, an infusion of positivity. So I'm very passionate about it. I'm very excited about it. If you could go to the next slide. After they do that strength assessment, then they have an engaging activity where they think about their strengths. They think about, what does this say about me? What am I good at? What do I need to work on? And then the third activity is they begin to build a portfolio based on those strengths with career aspirations or hobbies or interests, and they create this digital profile. Those 3 activities become a foundation and a basis for any of the hundreds of lessons that could go on through Thrively. And there are things on grit and self-reliance and just all kinds of social emotional lessons. We are focusing this semester on 5, and those are the 5 California social emotional learning lessons of self-awareness, self-management, responsible decision-making, social awareness, and relationship skills. Because we know that therapists are telling us that right now in this COVID moment of distance learning and all the stress our kids have, that these are the areas that are most needed. So we're beginning with these, and we've worked with all of our principals. They're meeting with their leadership teams to figure out how we're going to roll out each of these lessons. And we're really optimistic that this will just be an enthusiastic jolt for everyone, because it's a moment to be positive and see all the beauty in each of our students and recognize their strengths. So I'm incredibly excited about it. I could talk about it for hours, but I know Dr. Newman is going to tell me to land the plane here and move on. But if you have any questions, I could go on and on and on. We are really enthusiastic about this and the support it can give our kids. The last slide, I think, is just our dream. We know that we are here about academics, but really the road to academics and learning is paved by wellness. And we've got to get our kids strong and well and healthy emotionally. And then we know they're going to do great things academically and beyond. They might grow up to become board members, or who knows what'll happen. So anyway, thank you very much. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have for us.
Thank you, Mr. Rowe. Do we have any questions?
Any questions?
Is this good?
No, I don't particularly have a question, but I think we discussed this. You were headed this direction before, and this looks good. You know, they do need that positive input from somewhere because home life is very tedious, and I know from being a family man, you know, sometimes we're not saying the right things. So they need to hear some positive influence. So thank you so much, Mr. Bro.
Thank you, Mr. Stafford.
Okay.
Could that conclude this item, Mr. Bennett?
Yeah, that concludes our report tonight.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you. Okay, we are going to continue with the next item, and that is an action item, 13.1, General Functions, 2021 CSBA Delegate Assembly Election. The board may vote for up to 6 2021 CSBA Delegate Assembly candidates from a field of 7. The candidates are as follows. Mr. Robert Garcia from Grupa Unified, Ms. Madonna Guerrero from Palm Springs Unified, Sandy Hinkson from Temecula Valley, Gerard Greller or Robert from Romulan, David Sanchez, Beaumont Unified, Jason Smith, Banning Unified, and Chris Tomasian, Murrieta Valley Unified. Do I have a motion for this action item?
So moved.
Trustee Stafford, do I have a second? Trustee Vallejo. Okay, now before we vote, we need to select 6 out of the 7 candidates. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes. Any comments?
I'd like to put forward Robert Garcia, Chris Tomasian, Madonna Guerrero, Gerard Reller. I know all of them from dealing with them on the delegate assembly. I know they do a great job. The other 3 are new to me. I have not met or had a chance to talk to them yet. But those 4 I would like to put their name forward.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Nelson. So we have Mr. Garcia.
Yeah.
You mentioned
Donna Guerrero and Chris Tomasian.
Madonna and Chris. Okay. Yeah, I support also 4. I know some of them. I know Mr. Garcia, and I think also David Sanchez. If I can add from Beaumont, I have seen him in the meetings, I believe, on Saturdays, and he can be a good candidate to be a delegate. So we need 1 more. First, to consider this list of 6.
We need 2 more? Or
1 more.
1 more.
Dr. Rao, yeah, Dr. Rao put Mr. Sanchez forward, which is the 5th. We need 6 total, so we need 1 more out of the 2 that we're not put forward yet.
Okay, I missed one of yours then, Dave.
Robert, Madonna, Gerard, and Chris were the 4 I put forward.
Oh, I didn't get Madonna.
Yeah, David Sanchez was the one Dr. Arouse put forward. So it's if we're okay with those 5, it's just between Sandy Hinkson and Jason Smith.
Jason Smith, yes.
How about I don't know. It's hard to vote on something you don't know the people. So you guys.
You don't have to vote for 6. You can vote for 5 if you feel like you didn't.
Yeah, we have to vote up to 6.
Okay. Well, we could support the Romo land. Does anybody know Gerald?
I already put his name. Gerard Reller. I already put his name forward.
Oh, you did. Yeah, you did. You did. Okay.
So it's between Hinkson, Temecula, and Jason Smith. Or if you're okay, we can just approve these 5.
Well, I don't know any to properly vote on that. So
I'm okay with putting those 5 forward. Like I said, I have not had a chance to talk to those to the 3 that were not incumbents. So I'm not sure about any of those individuals right now. Not to say there's anything bad against. I just don't know.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm in the same situation. Any input, Trustee Vallejo? Comments?
Yeah, I don't know those other delegates, so I wouldn't know.
Okay. Okay. So, are
So
we okay?
I move to put forward those 5 names that we discussed.
Second.
Excellent. So we have the motion. Trustee Nelson and Trustee Vallejo is second to vote for 5 delegates as candidates. Mr. Robert Garcia, Gerard, Madonna, Chris, and David Sanchez. Okay.
Okay.
Now we are going to proceed to vote. Trustee Vallejo,
Aye.
Trustee Nelson,
Aye.
Trustee Stafford,
Aye.
and Trustee Arauz, aye. So please vote electronically. In action item 13.1, upon a roll call vote being taken, has been approved 4-0. Our next item is also an action item, certificated personnel action items. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Trustee Stafford, is second.
Second.
Trustee Nelson. Any comments or questions regarding personnel action items?
No.
We are going to proceed to vote. Trustee Vallejo,
Aye.
Trustee Nelson,
Aye.
Trustee Stafford,
Aye.
and Trustee Arauz, aye. Now, please, let's vote electronically. Upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 4-0. Action item 13.3 is personnel, classified personnel action items. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Trustee Nelson, a second.
Second.
Trustee Stafford. Any questions or comments regarding this action item before we vote? No? Okay. So, Trustee Vallejo,
Aye.
Trustee Nelson,
Aye.
Trustee Stafford,
Aye.
and Trustee Arauz, aye. Please vote electronically.
Oh, there it is.
Okay. And upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 4-0. Next item, 13.4, personnel, resolution number 10, 2021, decrease of number of certificated employees due to a reduction or elimination of a particular kind of service. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Trustee Nelson?
Second.
Trustee Vallejo? Are there any questions or comments?
These are the other TOSAs for that we're talking about, correct?
Yes, Mr. Nelson.
Yeah, both TOSAs and academic coaches.
Perfect. If we are just decreasing the positions, they are going to stay employed by the district as teachers, right?
You're correct, Dr. Rouse.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Now we are going to proceed to vote. Trustee Vallejo,
Aye.
Trustee Nelson,
Aye.
Trustee Stafford,
Aye.
and Trustee Arauz, aye. Please vote electronically. In action item 13.4, upon a roll call vote being taken, has been approved 4-0. 13.5, personnel, teacher on special assignment, reduction in work days and work hours per day. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Trustee Stafford?
Second.
Trustee Vallejo? Any comments or questions? Okay, we are going to proceed to vote. Trustee Vallejo?
Aye.
Trustee Nelson?
Aye.
Trustee Stafford?
Aye.
And Trustee Arauz, aye. Please proceed to vote electronically. And 13.5 has been approved upon a roll call vote being taken 4-0. 13.6 curriculum, authorization to continue distance learning at Perris Junior High School District for an additional 6 weeks or the remaining 12 weeks due to the novel coronavirus 19. Do I have a motion?
I move that we go to distance learning for the remainder 12 weeks of the year.
Second.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments?
I would just like to make a comment as to why I chose that one. It's just because I do not believe that going for another 6 weeks virtually and then trying to get having the students be used to the set pattern of virtual and trying to cram in the last 6 weeks physically on campus, whether the numbers allow us to or not, I just don't think it's necessarily beneficial for the students. I do agree with us trying it all with us in any capacity we can safely to get a graduation in, but for school by itself, I don't believe that going the last weeks, trying to cram in the last 6 weeks physically is going to help our students.
Thank you, Trustee Nelson. Trustee Stafford?
Yes, I agree with Trustee Nelson. It would be a huge undertaking, and I believe we best get a fresh start. I was wondering, are we doing summer programs or summer school? And of course, you mentioned graduations, what we were doing about that. So.
It's summer school as of right now. We weren't having it, but we're looking at some more CARES money coming in for the learning loss. And we're planning to try to bring that back if we get that money to be able to have the kids get caught up on some things. And as far as graduations, we would most likely do what we did like last year. We did a virtual graduation for the speeches and those things, like when we went over to Paloma and did that stuff. And then we did the drive-through graduations on site on the same day they have their graduation scheduled.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Any other comment? Okay, I just have a question, Mr. Bennett, and a comment. I agree with Trustee Nelson and Trustee Stafford. However, the way that it's written, it says or. So we have the option, right? If there is the possibility after 6 weeks, for some reason, because you never know how things can happen, right? About a month ago, we had 140 cases per 100,000. And we said, oh, it's going to take a long time in order to reduce that and to get to 25.5 or 27.5. That was the benchmark to move to, I don't remember if it was the cohorts or another parameter there. And look now, we are at 47, I believe, right, Dr. Newman, based on the report.
Yeah, that's correct. I think in order for us to open for secondary, you would have to move into the red. You would have to move into the red, so you would have to drop from 7. Yeah.
Yes, and the way that we are having those the vaccines and the trend, the pattern in 1 month from more than 100, right, to less than 50 is a huge decrease. So I like the way, that's my understanding, Mr. Bennett, that it says or, right? Because if for things get great and it's possible to bring our students safely, that can be considered. I remember I'm saying this because that was one of our promises to our parents and to our students when we took the decision to go to distance learning. We have a lot of parents that they wanted, that they were considering, said, well, it might be safe. And we said, every 6 weeks, we are going to be considering this. So I like the way, I also believe that it's going to be, it might be difficult, but nothing is impossible, right? In this world. And that way we can comply with our promise too, of what we told them to consider that. So Is that correct, that interpretation, Mr. Bennett, based on the way it is?
We're looking, what we wrote there was for you to have two options to pick from tonight.
Oh, okay.
We go 6 weeks or we go 12 weeks out.
Yeah, and that's why I made the motion for the 12-week because whether the numbers support us being able to go back the last 6 weeks, I don't think it's going to be beneficial for our students.
Can I make a comment?
Go ahead.
Well, Mr. Bennett, Grant, I was concerned about us being ready as far as sanitizing the campus with the amount of students, particularly, you know, my expertise was in supervision, custodial, and maintenance. The restrooms and door handles and things like that. And I think I had mentioned getting a sub whenever we do open that would handle going around sanitizing areas, and that's all they would do, because the truth needs to be told of what occurs in some of our restrooms and some of the habits of the kids. Now, I hope there's a miraculous change, but I don't anticipate they've all developed to that point. So without giving the grisly details, I really would like somebody there to address those areas, because if the kids walk into those restrooms and then walk into the classrooms, they're transferring things that it's just uncontrollable. So something we need to work on monitoring those areas better. So.
Right. And what we're also looking, if we did for some reason able to bring kids back, it wouldn't be all 3,000 kids coming back at one time. We'd be looking at a hybrid model, most likely about 25% of the kids coming back. So you may have 700, 750 kids there rather than 3,000.
Yeah. And I'm not saying all the kids are like that, but it just takes a couple to, you know, a couple of bad apples or whatever. But it is it's a struggle in a school. I'm telling you, it's personal knowledge. It's a struggle. So I don't want to see that ignored. So
no, definitely.
Okay, thank you.
No, those are excellent points, and thank you for sharing that, Trustee Stafford. However, Mr. Bennett, just one clarification. When you mentioned that we are not looking at bringing the whole 3,000 students potentially in a hybrid model, 25% of students at any given time, are you talking about that in August, or are you talking a potential consideration in the next 6 weeks based on the guidelines from the health department?
When you were talking about maybe in 6 weeks things could have changed, we could bring kids back on campus. At that point, we would be looking at the hybrid model with about 25% of them being there each day. And even if we go through the 12 weeks, we still may be considering that in August when we're coming back to school, depending on what the numbers look like and how things are progressing.
Okay. So from what I'm understanding, even if we vote for the 12 weeks, that can be reconsidered at the 6 weeks.
The board can consider anything along the way.
Right? Okay. Yeah, because I was just concerned about the fact that was our promise, that every 6 weeks. But I can see, right, that it's very, very difficult. It might not be beneficial.
If the numbers do keep improving, we will be bringing back more kids on campus through the small cohorts that we're doing now.
Exactly.
So we would have expanding them.
Expand the cohort process that we have.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I know Mr. Nelson made the motion for to approve continue with DL, with distance learning for the remainder 12 weeks. Do we get a second?
Mr. Stafford did that.
Mr. Stafford,
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay, so we are going to proceed to vote then for extending distance learning for the remainder of the school year with that understanding that Mr. Bennett mentioned. Right? Okay, let's proceed to vote. Trustee Vallejo?
Aye.
Trustee Nelson?
Aye.
Trustee Stafford?
Aye.
And Trustee Arauz, aye. Now please vote electronically. Okay, upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 4-0 to continue on distance learning for 12 weeks of school. Thank you. 13.7, Building and Grounds, change order number 1 for TYR, Incorporated for Inspector of Record Services for the Liberty High School project, funded through various facilities funds in the amount of $436,096.56, not the general fund. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you, Trustee Nelson and Trustee Stafford. Are there any comments or questions regarding item 13.7?
I just had a, I'm sorry, go ahead, Mr. Shepard.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I just want to thank Hector Gonzalez for having a discussion with me about the exact what was going on here with the change order, and I totally understand that this is not something that well, Hector, you're with us. Why don't you explain it? That we're not purchasing the same items over and over again.
No, good evening, board and cabinet. So this change order is related to our inspectors, our DSA inspectors, Division of State Architect. They approve our projects through the state, and this is for our inspector of records for the Liberty High School project. We started the project with 2 inspectors on site at the request of DSA. In June of 2019, they required us to add a 3rd inspector based on the size of the project, the scope of the project, the physical size of the project, because 2 inspectors just couldn't cover everywhere that work was happening. So we brought that 3rd inspector on, and now this change order is required to get us through the end of the project and comply with all of DSA's requirements.
Thank you, Hector.
Thank you, Hector, for your explanation. We appreciate it. Okay, are there any comments or questions? Any other ones? Okay, so we are going to proceed to vote. Trustee Vallejo,
Aye.
Trustee Nelson,
Aye.
Trustee Stafford,
Aye.
and Trustee Arauz, aye. Let's proceed to vote electronically, please. Upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 4-0. Next item, 13.8, business. Authorization to use piggybackable National Association of State Procurement Officials contract number ADSPO 16-169,901 and California State Participating Addendum to enter into a multi-year lease agreement with Quadient Leasing USA, Incorporated for mail machine equipment and software funded through the general fund at the cost of $88,382.40. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Trustee Stafford,
Second.
Trustee Vallejo. Do we have any questions or comments? Can you please explain, probably it's going to be Ms. Rains, what are we leasing with this? I know it's a mail machine equipment and so forth. What are we getting for $88,382.40?
Yeah, and if it's all right with you, Dr. Morrell, I'm actually going to bounce this over to Don Bray. But when you read the items, it was a lot of words for how we mail out things in the district. But we'll let her explain that.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Rains. Hi, Cabinet and board members. This is our lease. We currently already have a lease for our postage machine equipment. We've had that for the past 5 years. So this is kind of like a renewal, if you will, utilizing the current piggyback that's available for the leasing of this equipment. So it'll be a lease renewal for 5 years. It's also a refresh of the actual equipment that we have, which includes a postage meter machine, a very large machine, and a paper folder and envelope inserter. I'm not sure the exact technical name for that, but that's basically what it does for us, which helps us out greatly when we're sending out report cards.
Excellent. Thank you. Are there any improvements from what we had 5 years ago to this one, that is expediting the process for communicating, like with report cards to the parents? Any features, new features?
Yes,
on the machine?
the machines of course will be updated, so our maintenance schedule will have less downtime. You know, with the older machines being 5 years old, we've recently had a lot more time where we've needed maintenance calls and that sort of thing that happens with the older machines. So we're excited to have that happen, as well as there is software on board with this program available, where if we choose to move to options where parents could even opt in to have report cards be sent electronically to them, and we could decrease postage costs that way. So it's something we're exploring. We've kind of been talking about, and it is an option for us moving forward with the software.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Brown. Okay, Trustee Stafford, please.
I just want to say the postage machine used to be housed where I worked at, and our over 30-year employee, James Austin, is uses that machine daily. And this is all, if I'm correct, this is all the mailing for the district. So I've seen his frustrations when the machine doesn't work, and been there for repairs. So I've been up close with that machine.
Okay, excellent. Thank you for adding that, Trustee Stafford. So
Okay.
anything to support our stakeholders, right? Our students, our parents, providing an expedited service and increasing the quality of our already extraordinary customer service is good. So thank you. Okay, so let's vote. Trustee Vallejo,
Aye.
Trustee Nelson,
Aye.
Trustee Stafford,
Aye.
and Trustee Arauz, aye. And now please vote electronically. And upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 4-0. The next item is an information item 14.1 from the Business Department, revolving cash report for the month of January 2021. Next item, closed session if necessary.
Not necessary this evening, Dr. Rouse.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. 16.1 doesn't apply. Reconvening public session. 17.1, other items by our superintendent, Mr. Grande.
The only thing I would like to do is ask the board if there's anything they would like brought to the next meeting to share with you. Any other items that we'd want to talk about?
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Next item, other items by the Board of Trustees.
Doctor, I think Mr. Stafford had a question, wanted to add something.
Well, before going to the items to the Board of Trustees, go ahead, Mr. Stafford.
Grant, I don't think we dealt with the demographics issue that I asked for last session from Mr. Skarpanich. You did send me information, so I do have that. Did that go to the entire board, or?
Not yet. It was going to. That was just a separate sheet of stuff that I
Okay.
had. We were going to put it in the weekly update.
Okay.
It'll be in the weekly update this week for you.
Okay, that's fine. That'll work.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So with that schedule, would it need be? I would propose if we can have it here during the board meeting, because that is something very, very important.
Okay.
It's
Well,
very important in terms of machine
we have
equity.
a meeting on March 3rd. We can put it on that meeting.
Okay.
Or are you okay? Yes, on the update, Mr. Stafford?
Yes, I just was concerned that we might have forgot it, or I didn't know we were going to do it, how we were going to do that. So that's okay with me due to time constraints, and it could, unless it some discussion. So let's do it that way, Grant. Let's
do it at the board meeting.
No, you send it out in your weekly report.
Okay.
And we could still do it publicly in the board meeting. I think would be the best thing.
Very good.
I like that idea, Mr. Stafford. So we are going to do it both ways, Mr. Ben.
Yes.
You can send it in advance on the superintendent's update, on the weekly update, and then in the next board meeting, so we have the opportunity to ask questions and comments.
Yeah, definitely.
Excellent. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Anything else, Mr. Ben?
Okay, I'm good.
Any other questions for Mr. Bennett?
No,
Okay.
no, I'm fine.
So we go to 18.1, other item by our Board of Trustees. Trustee Vallejo, please.
So I just want to say congratulations to everyone on their new positions. It's very exciting. I also wanted to let you guys, actually, I want to tell you guys happy Valentine's Day because it is coming up soon and it's okay to be alone.
Good.
And yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Trustee Vallejo. Trustee Nelson.
Nothing for me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Trustee Stafford.
I have just a couple of things. One was to thank you once again, President Arao, for that COVID information that you got to me and helping the district with that coming up at Paloma. That's really going to be a big help. I was very concerned, and you stepped up and heeded my call for help. So I appreciate that. The other thing, we have a new head coach at Paloma. Zach Dilley is going to be our next football coach at Paloma. I didn't want him to be forgotten. I didn't know if Grant was going to mention him. Now, I hope I didn't step on your announcement, Grant. So I wanted to congratulate him and Tom Tello. Much thanks to him because I knew Tom from Heritage, and thank you for all the work he's done. And once again, anybody, I think at this point we all know someone who's suffered from COVID. You know, I've gotten several phone calls from people that in my age group that I knew, friends, and I just want to say I think about you every day. So, and wish you well and to get well soon. Okay. And that's all for me.
Thank you, Trustee Stafford. I have some comments. First of all, I want to say detail on what Trustee Stafford mentioned regarding COVID, the effects with people that we know, right? And we wish them a soon and complete recovery. I want to take this opportunity to say thank you to all of our district staff for the wonderful job that you are doing supporting our students during this pandemic. Special thank you to all the teachers for their hard work, for their commitment and their dedication to the education of our students. And I want to mention this thought by Nelson Mandela. Nelson Mandela said, education is the most powerful weapon you can use to change the world. And we are being part of providing that education to our students. Let's remember, education is power. Education is the key to achieve equity and social justice. To ensure, as we pledge every time that we have this meeting and in many opportunities in our pledge of allegiance, with liberty and justice for all, not for few, for all, to reducing poverty. Education is powerful to reducing poverty, to creating a sustainable planet, to preventing needless deaths and illness, and to fostering peace in the world. Thank you for being part of providing the education to our students. I wanted to end with this comment. And again, we really appreciate the work of all the staff members of Perris Union High School District, and I'm very proud to be a board member and to serve our students and our staff. Okay, so we are going to go to our last agenda item of tonight's meeting. That is 19.1, adjournment. Do I have a motion to adjourn the regular board meeting of the Board of Trustees for today, February 10, 2021?
So moved.
Trustee Nelson, second.
Second.
Trustee Stafford. Okay, so we are going to take a vote. Trustee Vallejo.
Aye.
Trustee Nelson.
Aye.
Trustee Stafford.
Aye.
And Trustee Arabs, aye. Upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was, I'm sorry, let's vote electronically. Yes, upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 4-0, and this meeting is adjourned at 7:35 p.m.